Man, that's
Check, check, check.
Before we get started, I just want to make a quick announcement to all of the members of this esteemed committee. Um, if we can just have some quiet, this is a really important announcement. So we can get the room to quiet down. To all the members of this esteemed committee, there are donuts here. Senator Marr and I wanted to sweeten you up before we get into business. So please take just 2 more minutes to acquaintance yourself with Donut Crazy over there. And we'll get started as soon as we hit 10:35. Thank you. Welcome. All right. Good morning, everyone. I am calling the January 14th, 2025 meeting of the Committee on Children to order at 10:35 a.m. We'll begin with remarks by the chair. I guess that's my cue, and then I'll go to my co-chair. I would just like to first say that this is a great honor to be joining this committee, but certainly a greater honor to be chairing this committee. I do believe that we have many obligations in this state to obviously to ensure that the state is a viable and sustainable place for all families, but certainly for children. And I firmly believe that every decision that we make from this day forward will help to build a better state for Connecticut, build healthier environments and communities for the children to come. And I look forward to doing that both with members of the Democratic and Republican sides of this committee. So with that said, my co-chair, Senator CeCe Marr.
Thank you so much. First, I would like to thank Representative Paris for the donuts. However, as the Children's Committee, one of them is sugary cereal on top of that donut. So just get it out of here as fast as possible so that no one sees it, okay, or takes a photograph of it. I wanted to start off by welcoming you all. I'm really glad to be here working with you all again. And I also wanted to just call out Representative Liz Linehan, who ran this committee for 6 years and did a tremendous amount of work with multiple chairs, but also with me as her co-chair last year. So thank you, Liz, for your work that you did. Thank you for making the Children's Committee an important committee for us all to be in. And I look forward to working with everyone this year. We have a lot ahead of us. We know that there is a great deal of discussion around budgets and the amount of money we will have to do the work we have to do, but yet childcare is an enormous part of infrastructure, and I think that anything we can do to support the childcare providers, the parents, the industry, and make certain that children are taken care of this year is all to our benefit for our state and for our families and for affordability. So thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would now like to invite our ranking members to give welcoming remarks, and then we'll move over to our vice chairs. And since it is our first meeting, which is our organizational meeting, I'd like for the rest of the members of the committee to take a minute to introduce themselves, and then we'll get down to short business. Representative Dauphiné.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Looking forward to this new session and looking forward to working with Representative Paris and again with the good Senator Marr. Liz Linehan, thank you again for all of your service to the Children's Committee. I will tell you that Representative Paris is a little bit more handsome than you are, so I'm looking forward to being with him. And I also might add about the donuts that sugar is very bad for your brain. So just keep that in mind. But no, I look forward to working with both of them. And just to remind everybody that you may hear me disagree often with the other side of the aisle, but it doesn't mean that we don't care about children. Oftentimes it's for many unseen reasons. So just remember that we may disagree, but we all work together very well. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to be put on the record that Representative Dauphiné has wonderful taste in those who she believes is attractive. Senator Martin.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to use an Army term. I think this is my fourth tour of duty here on the Children's Committee. So when I was elected 10 years ago, it was one of my very first meetings. I think it was the Children's Committee, and I was a ranking member then. So I have 4 children, all grown up, and I have 4 grandchildren now. So, I take to heart the decisions that we make out of this committee. I have never served with either 2 of my co-chairs on any committee, I believe. So I'm looking forward to sharing, our screening sessions together and hopefully be very productive for all the children in our state. So thank you.
Representative Wielander, followed by Senator Cohen.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and I apologize for coming in a little bit late. I'm thrilled to be serving on my 3rd term on the Children's Committee and very, very excited to be returning as Vice Chair. So looking forward to working again with Rep. Dauphiné and Senator Martin and Senator Paris. Oh, sorry. This is what happens when you don't have enough coffee. Representative Paris and Senator Marr. So thank you for having me and looking forward to the good work.
Good morning, everybody. I am State Senator Christine Cohen. I am the Senate Vice Chair of the committee, and it's interesting that the 2 vice chairs just walked in a couple minutes late. I'm sorry, we're already racing from meeting to meeting in this building. It feels like we've definitely returned to some normalcy here, and soon it'll be people checking in and checking out because they've got concurrent meetings. But really looking forward to being here. As Senator Martin said, I think this is my 4th tour of duty on this committee and excited to now be vice chair. I think some of the issues we'll see, a resurgence of some of the issues, a deeper delve into them. And I'm excited by what we have on the docket here today and some of the discussions that we're hearing out and about, just to make sure that our children of the state of Connecticut are safe and well cared for and have stellar education. So excited to be under the helm of new leadership and excited to be working with all of you. So let the games begin.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative. We'll have members introduce themselves, starting with Senator Kushner, going over to Representative Lanoue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm State Senator Julie Kushner from the 24th District, representing all of Danbury and a good portion of New Fairfield and Ridgefield. And I'll keep this brief because we have such important business, but I'm very pleased to be on this committee. It overlaps with work I'm doing in education and in public health. And so very pleased to be here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's State Representative Kai Belton, representing the 100th District. I have been a social worker for over 20 years, primarily working with children and families. So I'm honored to be on this committee. When I was first elected in a special election, I did not have much of a choice on where I could go. So I'm happy to be here, especially because I have a 4-year-old grandson and another one on the way. So being on this committee means more to me than just being a legislator.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Martinez. I'm a state representative representing the 22nd District of Plainville, a part of Southington, as well as a part of Farmington. I'm looking forward to getting to work. I have 2 boys at home, an 11-year-old and a 14-year-old. I've served 5 years on the Board of Education, and I'm a nurse in my community. So I'm really excited and passionate for advocating for kids, and looking forward to seeing what we can get done this session.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here back on this committee. I really enjoy this committee as much as we try to be bipartisan. We do the best we can. I have to echo what Representative Dauphiné mentioned is that, we may not always agree on issues, but I am 100% certain that everybody on this committee and everybody in this room cares deeply about children. It's not that we don't, but we maybe just have different views on policy. So I'm really looking forward to the session this year, and I wish I can have a donut, but Christmas just really did me in with all that stuff. So thank you so much for bringing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is William Pizzuto. I represent the 71st District, which is Middlebury and Waterbury. I have my wife and I have 2 daughters. They each have 2 daughters. So I have 4 little granddaughters. My youngest daughter works at Department of Social Services for the last dozen years or so. My other daughter runs a behavioral health counseling office. And so I look at the world through them and the challenges that these children face now, both from an urban environment and a suburban environment. But I look forward to the committee meetings, and thank you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Very nice to see you again. Mr. Chairman, welcome. I look forward to working with you. Brian Lanou, State Representative from the 45th District, representing 5 fantastic towns in Eastern Connecticut, and a neighbor of Representative Dauphiné, our great ranking member. I want to echo what my colleagues said. We may have disagreements on how to get to the goal, but we all share a common goal, and that's what's best for the children of Connecticut. And what I'm very proud of this committee is we're really apolitical. We sort of leave that aside. We focus on the issues. We have at times spirited disagreements. At times we come together, and that's always a good thing. So, very looking forward to the work this year. This is going to be my 5th year on the committee. I'm very glad we're all in the same room. When I first started here, it was a remote atmosphere. So it was sort of a Hollywood Squares. I felt like I was on a game show. And I think the cohesiveness and being together here in the same room is very important. And very much look forward to the work. And thank you again, and look forward to the session.
Thank you, Representative. And speaking of being in the room, there are some members that weren't able to join us, so they are remote. There are any members that are joining us remote. Would you mind chiming in to introduce yourselves to the rest of the committee and the general public?
Hi, everybody. This is Representative Robin Comey. I'm in square number 2, it looks like, from this side. Not really that sad to be missing the donuts, but I am sad to be missing connecting with my colleagues. This is my let's see, 7th year on the committee, and just loved working with everyone here today. In the past, as well as, of course, our former leader, Chairman Representative Linehan. So we've been through a lot together, and I'm looking forward to continuing to be a part of what we can do for our kids in the state of Connecticut. So thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McGee, I believe you are on Zoom.
Thank you, Chairman. I am in square 3, Robin. So hello, everyone. My name is Trenae McGee. I am representative of the 116th, proudly representing West Haven. And this is my first time on the Children's Committee, and I'm really excited to implement a bit of what I do with my students. I am a teaching artist and acting coach, so I work with students in social emotional spaces, teaching them how to regulate their emotions through the arts. to students, to actors who are currently auditioning for professional productions. So I spent a lot of time around children from the age of 5 to college students auditioning for college. And I cannot wait to be a part of the Children's Committee. I'm excited to be a part of the Children's Committee. I'm excited to learn and grow. And it's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kitt, I believe you are the last Hollywood Square member that we have online.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm in the center square. I apologize for not being there. I had an in-district meeting that was scheduled previously. This is my second term on the committee, and I want to thank Representative Linehan for all of her guidance to me last term as a freshman. I represent parts of Fairfield and Trumbull. My background is actually in maternal and child health. I have a master's degree in maternal and child health, and I am a mother to 2. They are now 19 and 20, so they're not exactly kids, but you know, I rode the roller coaster with them in their earlier years, one of whom struggled with mental health issues, the other of whom is transgendered. So you know, I strongly believe that the marker of a great civilization is how well we take care of our youngest, our oldest, and our sickest. So I'm thrilled to be able to be doing this important work again, and I'm looking forward to working with our new chair and with our continuing chairs. So thank you so much, and I will be there in person for the rest of our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. All right, with that said, I don't believe that there are any other quick introductions that we need to make, but before we jump into the business at hand, which we will be out of here hopefully within the next 15 or so minutes, my apologies. Senator Marr had me lose my train of thought. That's what happens when the Senate sits next to you so closely. I also would like to, I saw Senator Cohen. I also would like to just point out and have our staff that will help this committee on both ends from both chambers and parties to stand up and introduce themselves quickly so that everyone can familiarize themselves with folks. Christian, why don't we start with you?
My name is Christian Tolarski. I'm the clerk of the Children's Committee. This is my 3rd tour, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Ferraza. I am the assistant clerk for the Children's Committee, and this is my first time doing this, and it's a pleasure to be working with you all. Thank you.
Chris.
John Cleary, Senate Republicans, 9th year, I think. Okay, so now I have 2 of them.
I'm Sarah from OLR, brand new to the PTA and brand new to
Thank you very much. And so I just want to quickly echo the sentiments of the members of this committee. I too pay tribute to Representative Linehan for her years of service. And I think that she has been an unwavering partner and champion of children and families across the state. Her leadership certainly leaves a void and very big hills to put on to wear. But I think together we'll work together. And I just want to thank her for her years of service, not only to the state, but to the children of the state. With that said, we have a few items of business that we need to get through. First being, which is next, the 3rd numeral on our agenda, is to take a vote on proposed bills to draft as committee bills. I think if there's no issue, just so we understand where we want to do this, is it okay, Representative and Senator, to have a voice vote on this?
So with the members that we spoke with, they would like to ask questions about different bills, and then we will let you know which ones we would be okay with consent. Is that okay?
Perfectly fine. Thank you. We will, I'll have a motion made and then we'll have discussion about said bills. May I please have a motion to vote to draft items number 1 and 2 on the agenda? That would be proposed House Bill number 5003 and proposed Senate Bill SB number 6. So moved by Senator Kushner, and seconded by Senator Cohen. The Senate on the rise there. Is there any discussion? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there's questions about what the content is for HB 5003. If you could elaborate a little bit with regard to that bill, that would be.
Yes, this is a House Democratic priority bill to essentially have a concept to fully fund or look at expanding access and care for early childhood providers and children and families across our state. Representative Mastrofesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I like to, like, we're doing these, their concepts. I like to just get a little information on each one, if you don't mind, if that'd be okay. On the first one, HB 5003, was this particular bill from 2023, was there something language in our budget from 2023 regarding this?
Not specifically, no. This would be a new bill, separate from anything that we've done in previous sessions. It will obviously grow to help the industry, but this won't be something that would have necessarily been done before.
And thank you for that. Do we know what we're trying to achieve on here on this bill, particular bill? Because I know we already have these policies in place. What is different that they are trying to achieve that we don't already have?
Yes, ma'am. So as we continue to see a rise in childcare deserts and inaccessibility to childcare on the front of families, this bill would basically be set in place so that we would be able to have more cost-effective care options provided to families, whether it be home care, center-based care, or public programs. It would also try to raise rates for programs so that they could better pay their staff, which on average make about $26,000, and 90% of those providers are women. And it would also be able to help strengthen some of the priorities through the Blue Ribbon Panel, for which is a priority of the governor and also the Office of Early Childhood. That's about all that I can give you right now, and I think it will continue to grow in formation.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I misunderstood. I was under the impression that this particular bill was already adopted in one of our budgets, maybe back in 2023. Public Act 23-204. And this particular bill really was going to fund it because we never, back then, started the program.
Right.
Is that correct?
You may be thinking of the trust fund, the Children's Trust Fund, which was adopted in that session. This is separate from the trust fund, but there will be overlap in terms of the trust fund supporting some of the work that will come out of this bill in terms of policy.
Okay, thank you. So we kind of already have language on this bill, particularly.
For the most part, but there will be a lot more added as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on 5003 or SB 6? Representative Dauphiné.
Sorry, I didn't comment on SB 6. I know that that's probably going to be some sort of an omnibus bill, very, very large with many different moving parts to it. And I will definitely be a no on both 1 and 2 for today. We will hear more about those, but I have concerns with, in particular, number 2, with all that might be put in it. And with my experience, I know they end up being very, very large bills with many different concepts in them. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, with that said, I would now move to a voice vote. All those in favor of moving these proposed bills to draft as committee? My apologies. You haven't asked for a roll call, so my apologies. Representative Dauphiné?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Could we have a roll call on those? I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's perfectly fine with me. Seeing that, Christian, Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call of these two with the motion on the floor? Thank you.
A motion has been made and seconded to draft House Bill 5003, an act concerning the capitalization of the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. And Senate Bill 6, an act concerning resources and supports for infants, toddlers, and disconnected youths. Representative Paris.
Yes.
Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Wieland.
Representative Wieland votes yes.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné.
Just for clarification, are we voting on both of these bills or just number 15003?
Both.
Okay.
Motion. Bills. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you. No, my vote is no. Thank you.
Senator Martin.
Yes.
Representative Belton.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd, aye.
Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Lanu. Senator Marks. Representative Martinez.
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll wait for the clerk to announce the tally on that. And while we're waiting, after he announces the tally, we'll be standing at ease for a quick second. Thank you. All right, thank you. Meeting will now come back to order. Yes, we did. He's getting the clerk. Yes, we are. We will leave votes open for an hour after the meeting ends. So for any members who have to leave or did not vote, votes will remain open for an hour after the meeting ends. Thank you. All right, let us continue with the business at hand. Boy, this morning just got more exciting, didn't it? Okay, we're now moving on to, ready? Proposed bills to be reserved for subject matter public hearing. We have proposed bill, Senate Bill number 461, an act promoting equitable access to higher education for children under the guardianship of grandparents and other relatives. May I please have a motion to reserve item number 3 on the agenda? So moved by Senator Kushner.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Wieland. Is there any discussion? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you just kind of tell me a little bit more about what this bill is going to do?
That is actually something that I am also curious about, because this is something that has been put in by someone else in the legislature. It was put in by Senator Saud Anwar, and I have asked him to give me more information. So at this point, I'm not able to tell you what beyond more equitable access to higher education for children under the care of grandparents or other relatives. That's what I know at this point, which is why we're going to go to a public hearing.
Okay, so we're having a public hearing on a bill that we don't know what it does. So how are people to testify?
Well,
They don't
I
have any
think we
language.
know what it does. It gives more equitable access, but what we don't know is the levers for it yet.
Okay, thank you. This is the craziest bill I've seen. There's no information. We're having a public hearing on something that people don't know what it is and they won't have any language to talk about except for a title. But I get it. I'll go with it because I'm really curious.
You're the best, Gail. Thank you, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion,
Yes, and we could put this on consent? No? Oh, this one has to be, okay. Okay,
so that would be the consent
sure,
of it.
we'll do,
Okay.
I think we're okay with the voice vote. No, we're good. Thank you.
Aye.
Opposed? Best way to do this, because there are some that our Republican members would like to see have separate.
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear you. Can you engage your microphone,
My
please?
apologies. Thank you so much. My apologies. We have the concepts to raise, which currently we have items 4 through 15, but we will break those out with the agreement of the Republican members of the committee. We will break out 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15 for individual discussion and individual votes. Is that my understanding? Those are together.
Well,
Everything else, my apologies, will be individual. My apologies.
we had talked about doing consent, but we may have some questions, so if you could just quickly go through each one of those.
Absolutely,
you.
Representative. I have no problem
Thank
doing
you,
that.
Mr. Chair.
First bill is an act establishing a child care resource pilot program. Any discussion on that? Particular questions? My apologies. The motion. Do you have a motion?
We are very creaky today, so thank you all for being with us as we'll go down this journey.
It's a nice hazing moment, folks. I was not talking about you, Senator. We've turned in now to the Austin and Walker show down here. May I please have a motion to raise the items 4 through 15 on the agenda? So moved by Representative Martinez. We're standing at ease. Give me one moment, please. No, it's Martinez. Martinez. It wasn't seconded. She made the motion. Martinez made the motion. I just withdraw.
Make a motion to withdraw my motion as read.
No objection. Seeing that there's no objection, motion will carry. Thank you. So now we're going to come back. Here we are. May I please have a motion to raise the following items 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15?
So moved.
Okay, hold on. Committee will stand at ease for a moment.
Gonna be interesting for you later.
And if they're, so we're good with how we're voting in it. Committee will now come back to order. We have an understanding. May I please have a motion to raise items 4 through 15 on the agenda?
So moved.
Can I make a motion to remove the motion as previously read?
Thank you. Any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carried. Now we're going to do this one last time. May I please have a motion to raise items 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15 on the agenda? So moved by Senator Kushner.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Welander. Any discussion? Seeing that the Representative Mastro-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you mind, I know we're making a motion to raise all these concepts. I just kind of want to get an idea of what each one is and kind of what's the theory behind it? Where did it come from? What are they going to achieve, or what's the goal here? Is that possible, Mr. Chairman?
Number 10, Representative, an act requiring a study of challenges faced by impoverished families is a DCF and DSS, request and bill. So that's as best as I could probably give you in terms of that. An act requiring certain agencies to report costs associated with programs serving children and families is also a priority, an ask of DCF. That's number 11. Number 12, an act concerning school emergency response systems. I will yield time over to Senator Mard for a quick discussion.
Okay, this is a something that was put in place after Parkland. It is a card that has emergency connection to the police station. In a most recent shooting in Georgia, the police were there in 2 minutes because this card was pushed. And it is called Alyssa's Law and has been put into law in 7 states. The idea would be to find funding for it and have an opt-in for school systems.
Thank you, Senator. And items 14 and 15 were both items, and I'll go through them individually so that for those at home will know what we're discussing. An act concerning newborn developmental screenings, and item 15, an act concerning abused, neglected, and uncared for youths, are 2 items that came before the committee before. So there's already language prepared for that, and so we'll move forward with that in terms of sharing that information moving forward. Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator, could you just, I know this is, I think, your bill on number 14. Could you just explain a little bit where they're going with the developmental screenings? Because we already do that. Are they looking to expand that, or can you just explain that?
Happy to.
Thank you.
There is no state policy that advances a cohesive process for developmental screenings for young children. At present, there are many disconnected sources of developmental screenings, and really what we're trying to do is make sure that we can get these screenings, that everyone gets them, and that data is linked across programs. So right now we don't have that, and it's not shared between programs. So even when the same child is being screened across programs, we have no knowledge. Okay, so it is a way to capture information about children who need greater services at an earlier stage, so it prevents so we can address issues early on, preventing issues that continue across the lifespan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank
You're
you, Ms.
welcome. Any
Senator.
further discussion? Representative excuse me, Representative Pizzuto first for the first time. Francesco, I'll see you after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, was it including people on the spectrum, autism, things like that? Or,
All developmental screenings.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate you giving me a synopsis on each one. I'm really not trying to be difficult, but I like to always understand what I'm voting for. And I think it's important for the public to get a better understanding on actually what we're doing here. So I really appreciate it. So on number 14 and 15, I think the good senator said that these were bills that we did last time. Was that correct? Did I understand that correctly? You said there was, I think somebody said there was already language on them.
So on the abused and neglected and uncared for youth, that is when I believe we may have looked at this in conjunction with DCF last year, but it is essentially when a child, youth is about to age out of the system, whether or not they are going to be cared for, even though they're running up against the timing of 18. So that's where that bill is.
Thank you. I think now that you mentioned, I think I do recall that from last year. I have no further questions, but thank you.
Representative Dauphiné.
I think that if it's okay with you, we could put these on consent.
No consent. It would be a voice vote.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Seeing no other further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Abstentions?
Aye.
One abstention. Any noes? Oh, excuse me. Representative Comey, was that an aye in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. Any abstentions? Any noes? Thank you. The motion carries. All right, let's go back at this one. So now, may I please have a motion to raise items? We're going to do single motions on this one. So the first would be an act establishing a child care resource pilot program.
So moved.
So moved by Representative Welander.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Belt. Any discussion? Seeing that there's no discussion. Representative Francesco.
I'm really not going to drive you crazy this session.
I don't know. You're doing a hell of a job for the first 45 minutes.
Well, then I guess I'm doing my job for the state of Connecticut and my constituents. So thank you for that compliment. Are we on number 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're raising a concept and we're going to vote on these individually, the ones that are remaining. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you kindly give me a little information about number 4 and what we're trying to achieve?
Yes, ma'am. An act establishing a child care resource pilot program is a program that would better provide opportunities for accessibility and options for child care options for parents and families when they start the prenatal process. For expectant parents, they would work with a hospital system to essentially know all of the different kinds of cares that would be made available to them, whether it be a private program, public program, center-based program, and the hospital would then connect the parents with those programs in order to figure out what's the best path. It also helps to allow for programs to forecast essentially how many slots they'll have based on the children that will be born and coming into their programs, and just streamline the process a little bit more in terms of providing care. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would there be a cost to this, or is this just like a conduit to explaining these programs? Are you envisioning that, or?
There will be a cost to it, but I don't have the fiscal note for this just yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote. Yes, they did. Yes.
Motion has been made and seconded to raise agenda item 4, an act establishing a child care resource pilot program. Representative Paris.
Representative Paris is a yay.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Cohen, Representative Dauphiné,
Daphne votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt,
Representative Kitt is now in the House and votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Lanu, Senator Marks, Representative Martinez,
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Rep. McGee votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you don't mind sharing with us the results of that vote, I appreciate it. Oh, they're being held open. Excuse me. Hold on one second. Committee will stand at ease. Committee will come back to order. All right, folks, let's get through the rest of this meeting. I know other folks have other meetings to get to. May I please have a motion to raise the item 5, an act concerning children impacted by immigration proceedings? So moved in unison, Representative Belton, and I'm assuming, Senator Marr, excuse me. So moved by Senator Marr, seconded by Representative Belton. Any discussion? Representative Lanu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, could you give me a little more background on this, where we're going with this one?
Yes, sir. Very simple. So as we are anticipating some changes happening on the federal level in terms of our immigration policies coming down from the incoming presidential administration, we just want to ensure that there's a safe haven here for children that may be displaced from their families, so that there's no interruption in terms of their continuum of care with healthcare, education, food security, so forth and so on. So DCF can ensure that we would basically look at seeing if DCF can ensure that these children would remain safe, and figure out the reunification process moving forward with their parents afterwards. Still a work in progress there, sir.
No, I understand, and I appreciate it as far as trying to keep kids safe. But I guess my question is, we're talking about immigration proceedings. That falls within the confines of the federal government, correct?
Well, it depends on what happens. So if the federal government, yeah, they're going to have the overall federal program, but what happens here with the children in terms of many of them that might be displaced. So we just want to ensure that the children are safe kept if something should happen.
Okay,
It's just a contingency policy, if anything.
Are we looking at now the children? Are we looking to? Is this strictly children who are American citizens who are U.S. residents, or would this also be those who are here illegally with their parents?
I believe that would be to be determined, Representative.
Okay, so my concern here is if we're trying to separate children from parents and who are here illegally, and if the kids are also here illegally, are we defining? Are we going against federal law and going against the scope of the federal government? It seems like this is within the four corners of the federal government.
Respectfully, Representative, any immigrant that is here and with undocumented status, and I just want to give that gentle correction there, and I hope that you accept it. We would have to, they would be citizens in our states. We just want to make sure that the children are in good hands. And so we would have to obviously work with our lawyers and work through the policy part of this to figure out what that actually looks like. Because I think that's still a work in progress, as we have not gotten to that point yet. Thank you.
But now you mentioned a citizen of Connecticut. Can somebody be a citizen of Connecticut and not be a citizen of the United States?
No, Representative, they cannot.
Okay.
But I would once again say that you could have someone living here in the United States and their child could be a citizen of this state. That would be birthright citizenship, sir. We just want to make sure that all kids in this state, which is what this committee wants to do, are protected. And so we just are thinking about that process with the incoming immigration policies that are set to come down.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco. Nothing. All right.
It's me.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's some legitimate concerns about conflict with federal versus state law. I will be a no on this bill, and could we have a roll call? Thank you.
Yes, Representative Dauphiné, we can have a roll call vote. Seeing that there's no other discussion, I will now ask the clerk to take the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to raise agenda item 5, an act concerning children impacted by immigration proceedings. Representative Paris.
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Wieslander.
Representative Wieslander votes yes.
Senator Cohen. Representative Dauphiné.
Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin. Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Lanu. Senator Marks. I'll come back. Representative Martinez.
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Representative Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative McGee.
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Marks votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now, may I please have a motion to raise item 6, an act expanding the availability of infant and toddler care for certain low-income families.
So moved.
So moved by Senator Marr. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Belton. Any discussion? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
a little bit more information on this, if you can. If I'm understanding it correctly, what I think, is this more for the Care for Kids program, an expansion of that? Can you give me a little bit of explanation?
For more families that are below the federal poverty line, we just want to ensure that they have more opportunities and expanded access to the care for their child care.
Thank you. So we already have that program in place, right? I'm assuming you're talking about Care for Kids?
That's correct, but it needs to be, yes, ma'am, but
Okay.
there needs to be an expansion. Continue.
An expansion of how? Of what?
Of access
Of access, meaning?
to more families.
I understand that, but how? Well, like the program already exists. There is access to every family that falls within that low income level. How would that differ from what we're trying to achieve here?
Well, I guess we will have to look forward to the language on that bill, ma'am, moving forward. I gave you as much as I could possibly give you.
I understand. And I know
Thank
we
you.
deal with a lot with this even in Human Services. Bill, we have the Care for Kids program. I think it's working fine. I'm going to be a no on this today, so I'd appreciate a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, we will move forward with a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, you have the floor.
Motion has been made and seconded to raise agenda item 6, an act expanding the availability of infant and toddler care for certain low-income families. Representative Paris.
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr is yes.
Representative Wieland.
Representative Wieland votes yes.
Senator Cohen. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin. Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Rep. Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Yes?
Representative Lanou. Senator Marks.
Yes.
Representative Martinez.
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative McGee.
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I please now have a motion for item 7, an act concerning financial assistance to certain families and expectant parents. So moved by Representative Martinez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Wieland. Is there any discussion? Representative Dauphiné, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a few questions among us with regard to, is this going to be an expansion of what we're already doing again?
I will yield the floor over to Representative Wieland. Sorry. Did you have an answer, ma'am?
No, I had a question and a comment after the ranking was
Thank you.
concluded.
To answer your question, Representative, this is a program to discuss essentially to have a program that would discuss basic universal basic income to support working families, putting more money back into their hands for them to be able to use that money for any needs. It's so look at us trying to look at poverty rates throughout the state, rural areas, urban areas, to see how we might best be able to help families in need.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that answer. So that, would that be to expand the amount of money that they're getting currently with subsidies or welfare? Can you explain?
This would be a benefit to essentially, yes, expand what they are getting there to see how that may be able to help their bottom line each month. As we all know, that Connecticut families are facing tough times, so we want to be sure to help them have more money back in their pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like a roll call vote on this. I will be a no.
We will have a roll call vote after I recognize the vice chair of this committee, Representative Wieland. You have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if you could please confirm that these concepts that we're discussing and the ones that are still on the agenda, these are basic concepts that we are just doing the sort of bookkeeping structure to make sure that we can expand and develop these ideas further.
Representative, that is a wonderful question. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so it is reasonable for all of us to expect that in the coming weeks, we will be getting updated versions of these drafts and get actual language that will allow us to have a more further discussion.
That is absolutely correct, Representative, as we work together on this together.
Thank you so much. I look forward to developing all of these concepts with the entire committee.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I know they're concepts, but for those that are new to all of this, a concept is derived by some idea of some agenda. So while they might not be fully developed, somebody has something in mind, whether they're looking for more money to expand a program, overlap another program, start a new program. There's some kind of an agenda. And I just want to make that really clear that we do want to know what exactly the agenda is, what somebody is trying to achieve here. I understand they will be developed. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two quick questions. In the title of the bill, it says concerning financial assistance to certain families. What do they mean by certain families?
Representative, that will be forthcoming as we continue to flesh out the concept.
Okay. And also, when you were giving a synopsis of the bill, you mentioned something about universal basic income. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Yes, Representative. Universal basic income is essentially a benefit and or assistance to families to help them offset any costs that they might have in their everyday life.
Thank you. So I'm assuming that when the language comes from this bill, it will have some reference to universal basic income, or to have a theory around that.
Since it's not in the concept description, it remains to be determined, simply because that may not make it into the bill. But certainly we will look at that as we move forward.
Thank you. And just a quick comment about the concepts, Representative, our good ranking member, Dauphinay. I agree. We're not trying to give anybody here a hard time. We are in the minority. The people on the other side of this room, on the other party, you know exactly what these bills are going to do or what you're trying to achieve, and we don't. So it makes it very difficult for us to support them. It's just a shell. If the Republicans were in the majority here and we were sitting in this room and you were on the other side and we put a concept together that was so controversial, you would be on the other side. The building would come down and you would be saying no, because it's not a concept that you believe in regardless. And so that's basically where we're coming. So I'm not trying to be difficult, but hopefully to understand where our position comes from. I know it's easy to say, well, they're only concepts, and maybe people on this committee are a little bit annoyed that we're asking that many questions, but really that's our job. I certainly respect what everybody here is doing, and I certainly hope you do the same.
Thank you,
Mr.
Representative.
Chairman.
And I think that it should go on record that we assume and understand that no one on this committee is trying to be difficult. We're trying to pass the best policy forward for children and families. Questions are to be asked, where we will have more questions in terms of the language of the bill. That's where I think we'll have more substantive debate. But as we try to get through the business of this committee for today, we're giving the best kind of questions, best answers to questions as we can. So I totally accept and welcome all questions. We all have a job to do as we were elected here and appointed to this committee to do. And so just want that to be the level set moving forward. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also point out just briefly, as far as concepts go, I understand it. I get it. I heard the analogy that these are sort of roadmaps. And even with roadmaps, we sort of got to know where we're going, what direction we're heading in. And why I like to know a little more, I think, as my colleagues on really both sides of the aisle, is when I go back home, particularly in the rural areas, as I try to reach folks and talk to folks and say, hey, we're going to have a hearing if you want to come up and weigh in. And well, what's the hearing on? Well, it's to establish a child care resource pilot program, for example. Okay, well, what's that do? Well, it establishes a child resource pilot program. That's really all I have. People would laugh me out of the building. I probably might get voted out of office. So I think we just like to be able to give our constituents a little more, be able to communicate with them a little more and say, well, and you get into a little more of the detail. Not exactly a full aired out bill. I understand that comes later, but just so we can provide as much information as early as possible to those that we represent. And I think that's really the the goal. And I do appreciate your candor and your answers. I may not agree with them necessarily, but you've been giving straightforward answers. I do appreciate that. But I think that's why we sort of ask more questions regarding concepts. At least I do. I like to know where we're going. What direction is this roadmap heading in? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please take the vote? Oh, and just for the record, there was a request for this to have a roll call vote. Mr. Chair, good Lord, it's only 11:37. Mr. Clerk.
A motion has been made and seconded to raise agenda item number 7, an act concerning financial assistance to certain families and expectant parents. Representative Paris.
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr is yes.
Representative Wieland.
Representative Wieland votes yes.
Senator Cohen. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin.
Yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Lanu. Senator Marks.
Yes.
Representative Martinez.
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative McGee.
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, may I please have a motion to raise item 8, an act concerning the creation of the database for the collection and tracking of certain early childhood information.
So moved.
So moved by Representative Belton. Second by Senator Kushner. Any discussion? Representative Lanu, we will begin with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, could you just briefly just kind of give us a little more on this, where we're going with this one? We're possibly going, what direction?
Yes, sir. The roadmap that I can give you is essentially that this would be an initiative that would streamline all early childhood education information between programs, providers, for parents. It will be a less antiquated program. It'll be user-friendly. It will provide them with resources and also connect them further with the OEC. Now, this, I have to say, OEC has no hand in this. This is a separate bill that will that is not a priority of theirs. So I just want to make that very clear for you.
Okay, when you say collection, who are we looking, who's going to be doing the collection and tracking? Is it new collection, or you said streamlining, or is it existing data that they're just trying to
It would be
merge
existing
together?
data,
Okay.
existing and new data, but it would be existing data.
Okay, you also, I'm sorry, you said new as well, or?
New essentially because it would connect other advocacy groups and other think tanks to basically help with some of the streamlining of that information.
Got it, but so we're not collecting or expanding existing,
No, we would use the data that we already have on hand, Representative.
got it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondered about privacy concerns once we open that up. How do you see that playing out? If you could
Well,
explain.
Well, of course, we want to do everything that we possibly can to protect the privacy of all of our state citizens. So that would adhere to any of our state laws as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can do a voice vote on this. That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Representative. I appreciate that. Seeing that is there any other discussion? Seeing that there's no other discussion, I'll take a voice vote for this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes. We appreciate that. May I please have a motion to raise item 9, an act requiring the provision of enrollment eligibility information concerning the Baby Bonds program. So moved by Representative Martinez.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Belton. Any discussion? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
welcome.
When this program was rolled out a couple years ago, in one of the bond bills, I was not in favor of it, only because I have concerns that, when children are born into poverty, we're already telling them, we're already marking them right when they're born that you need help and that we're not going to grow into anything. I find it really disturbing that we actually targeting people. You're telling them they're just born. You're labeling them. It's disturbing to me. I guess what I'm trying to find out here is that when you talk about enrollment eligibility, clearly there's language to this, and clearly there is some information that we'll get to determine what the enrollment eligibility is. Can you give me a little bit more detail on what they're trying to accomplish here?
As simply as put, Representative, and thank you for your thoughtful question, and I totally agree with you in terms on us eradicating poverty at any form. Essentially, this would just be signage and having a hospital official tell a family that they're eligible for the program. Nothing more than that.
Right. So we're telling the hospital because they already know that maybe that person is born in poverty. I'm assuming when a child is born, when the mother goes into the hospital staff already knows that they're in poverty?
They know that they qualify for the program because of them qualifying for certain benefits, Medicaid, et cetera.
Okay. Yeah, so now we have the hospital already just offering them telling. This is certainly something I don't support. I think it marginalizes that community, quite honestly. I think it's not right. So I would ask for a roll call vote on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Representative. Is there any other discussion on the floor? Seeing none, I would like for us to move to a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to raise agenda item 9, an act requiring the provision of enrollment eligibility information concerning the Baby Bonds program. Representative Paris.
Representative Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr is a yes.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Cohen. Representative Dauphiné.
Dauphiné's a no.
Senator Martin. Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Rep. Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Lanou. Senator Marks. Representative Martinez.
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative McGee.
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right. May I please have a motion to raise item number 13, an act providing school meals to all students?
So moved.
So moved by Senator Marr, seconded by Senator Kushner. Any discussion? Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the time opportunity to speak. I have been a no on this in the past, and I would like a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for your remarks. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to raise agenda item 13, an act providing school meals to all students. Representative Paris.
Paris is a yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Cohen. Representative Dauphiné.
Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Martin. Representative Belton.
Yes.
Representative Boyd. Representative Comey.
Rep. Comey votes yes.
Representative Kitt.
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Lanou. Senator Marks. Representative Martinez.
Representative Martinez votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative McGee.
McGee is yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This now concludes our business for this meeting. Boy, what a roller coaster this was. We will hold the meeting votes open until 1 o'clock p.m. for attendance purposes, for which at this point now we will adjourn at 11:47. Excuse me. My apologies. We will go into recess. We'll hold the votes until 2. I was just told by the clerk. Thank you. And our next meeting will be January 28th at 10 a.m. Same place, same time, same smiling faces.
Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Check, check.
What's that?
They pulled every single.
Thing is, I just have to turn my mic. Again.
Oh,
So you missed 5003 and SB6. That was one. roll
oh,
call.
okay, yes. Senator Marks votes yes.
Okay. You missed agenda item 4,
Yes.
agenda item 9,
Yes.
and then agenda item 13.
Yes.
Perfect. You're all set.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, so agenda item 4.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 9.
Yes.
Agenda item 13.
Yes.
Agenda item 7.
Yes.
Agenda item 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I made it
you-
for that one.
yep,
Yeah.
Cool. All right,
Thank you
perfect.
so much.
Hey, real quick, let me turn this off.
All right.
So concept 4, yes.
Yes.
Concept 6,
Yes.
concept 7,
Yes.
concept 13,
Yes.
concept 9.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Boyd.
About 5.
Did we vote on 5? Yeah, 5, right?
No. Oh,
Check.